Hello, hello, stargazers. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope everybody is doing well today. Hello, hello, hello. I couldn't help but tease a little bit. How are you all doing today? Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Hello, Johnny Virgil. Hello, Abyss. Hello, Raoul. Hello, Euotus. Hello, Charles. Hello, MG. Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, Babylon. Hello, NZ. This is an Arknights stream, yes. This is indeed an Arknights stream. I couldn't help but tease a little bit with it. A lot of people seem very confused, but, like, it's funny because, like, this is such a common thing with art streams, so I'm surprised that everyone was, like, as confused as they are. That intro playlist is considered a star crime. Goodness. I thought it was funny. I thought it was funny. I thought it sort of helped, like, get into the mood. Kinda shocking, I don't recall seeing any strawberry blonde horses, which means no additions for the Neural family. Oh, I got so confused for a moment, I was like, what are they doing a collab? We'll see, we'll see. I think it'll be fun. I think it'll be fun. Also, hello, Oasis. Welcome in, welcome in. I just wanted to try something that was a little bit goofy today. Elmer, hello, hello. Came back, madam? I am happy to see you, madam. Thank you, I appreciate it. Hello, hello, Mattery. Rare moment I managed to catch your stream. Well, welcome in. We are happy to have you. Alright. It's just, I just thought it would be fun. There's something you gotta do first, though, right? Oh. My gosh. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Okay, so... fair enough. Forgot how much I hate drawing digitally. Keep drawing on the wrong layers? No, don't draw on the wrong layers! Not even I, hello, hello. It's your idea, don't get mad at me? It was a joke idea. It was really a joke idea, more or less. Considering some of the announced collabs, I wouldn't pass them to make them a collab a reality. I mean, it oddly works, doesn't it? Anyway, alright, yeah, Vesa is, kind of... Vesa's kinda right. This was more of a joke than anything. Cause, like, Vesa sent that meme where it's like, what's your type of gacha luck? And he's like, this one's me, this one's you. And for his, it's like, getting good things, but not what I want. And then, for me, it was, needs a hitman or something like that. Hitman approaching. And I said, no, I don't think you need to do that. I don't think I have gacha luck anymore. I don't think you need to worry about that. Zero, hello, hello. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope everything's going well. Hello. Imagine Goldchip's special attack being dropkicking the enemy. We're putting Star's gacha luck to the test. Yeah, so basically he's like, I'm gonna hire a hitman, because you can't be having this much good gacha luck. And I said, no, no, no. I don't have good gacha luck anymore. And I was telling a story about how I essentially had, like, this is gonna sound so silly, but I had 2 ladybugs, in the atelier. I had 2 ladybugs. And I had been trying to rescue them, but I wasn't able to find them, because I wanted to, like, you know, catch and release. And it had been, like, 3 days, and I'm like, oh my gosh, the ladybugs are gonna die. And then, like, after the gacha that we did, with the Arknights stream, I found the ladybugs, and I released them safely, and the ladybugs are all safe and sound. And I'm like, oh, that was probably what helps with the gacha luck. So I think we're, like, I don't think we have any anymore. And then Vesa's like, okay, prove it. So, yeah, I don't... So, because Uma Musume is, like, a lot more chill and casual for me, I was like, oh, okay, I'll prove to you that I don't have it. And then he's like, it's fine, because either way, you either win or we get amusement. And I'm like, alright, fair enough. Impressive. Ladybugs are famously good at dying indoors. I was so worried about them. I had seen the ladybugs like 3 days ago, and I'm like, oh, they probably didn't make it. And then I saw them again, and I'm like, I am getting you out of here. I like how you were telling the story to make me sound like the instigator when you literally just said, want me to do an Uma 10 pull to prove you wrong. Will you ever do a master's study of Frost Nova's art of her looking up at you? I don't know if I can emotionally handle it, cause like, that would be a beautiful, beautiful master's study to do, but I genuinely don't know if I can handle it right now, because it's still a bit raw to me, I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's genuinely still a bit raw to me. So, I'm not sure if I can. Yeah, very few things have got me as bad as that, honestly. Woof! Anyway. Yeah. That was, that probably, like, topped my chart for hardest moment in a game for me, I'm not gonna lie. So, is it gorgeous? It is absolutely gorgeous. I'm not at the point where I can handle doing that right now. But yeah, anyway. Hello, Gerard Wolf. Welcome in. Anyway, I thought we would just, for silly, for goof, because, the Kata-san Black, thing ends tomorrow. The banner ends tomorrow. And I was like, yeah, you know what? I have some extra currency. Why not do a poll just for amusement? Just to prove that I don't have the gacha look anymore, and it's all good. And then we'll jump into seeing what Uma characters would look like if they were to join Rhodes Island. I think it'll be fun. Alright, let's jump into it here. So we're going to go to, make sure I'm doing this right here. There we go. Alright, do I have the things? There we go. Let's turn it into a bet. We don't need to turn it into a bet. It's just for fun. It's just for fun. I'm just jumping into this really fast, and then we will get going. No, this is basically to prove to you guys that I've used up the gacha luck, right? Because the ladybugs are free now. I'll post a picture of the ladybugs later if you want. Just so you know that I'm not making this up. But yeah, I thought it'd be funny, and that's all we're doing. And I just thought it'd be silly. So, here we go. I can do a 10 pull, and then I don't need to spend any more things. And it's just for silly. And just to prove to you, I don't have gacha luck, okay? She doesn't get SSR, she rolls her room 100 times. If she does, she rolls her room 1,000 times. I'm not taking that. We're not doing that. That is not a thing. No, you'll see. The ladybugs have left, so we don't need to worry about this anymore, okay? See Sunstar somehow pull a Roma in a completely different game just to spite Raoul. Goodness. Where's Siam Zero? I don't know. But yeah, hang on. Alright, you ready? This is normal, and then we'll go to drawing. Alright. 1, 2, and 3. See? It's normal. It's normal, see? It's normal. It's normal. See? Are we good? See? It's normal now. We got mainly rares. Okay. That's still just an SR. That's not an SSR. That's just an SR. It's not, none of these are SSRs. None of these are SSRs. So, see? It's totally normal. These are still SRs. See? That's the last one. We are normal. It is all normal. See? No SSR, no Kita-san. There are some new cards, but that's it. See? I have proven to you. When you don't want it, you don't get it. Disagree. Getting another change is still good luck. Gosh. 3 SRs is still good. Fight me. If you wander, you would have gotten her. Simple as that. I mean, I would not have minded. I would not have minded having an extra so that I could eventually build that up, right? I heard you need, like, at least two to do that. You did get the 2-pack horse, linking you back to Emperor and AK. What does that mean? Anyway. You can see that this is, like, 2 to do? What? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. I don't know what you mean 2 to do. What does that mean, Bessa? I can't follow anymore. I don't know what I was saying. But anyway. See? It's all good. Are we good? See? I've proven it now. It's repeating me. I don't remember what I said now. It doesn't compute. You need 2 to do that for upgrading cards. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, like, don't people say that you need at least 2 Kita-san to... You just thought 2 to do sounded funny. Okay, fair enough. 10 pull recruits now? No! No, we're done with Gamba. I just wanted to show you guys that it's like, the ladybugs have left, so I don't have more Gamba luck. I've used all the Gamba luck, and now I've proven it to you. Do-do-do! 2 Kita to max her out, you can get the rest for free later. Yeah, that's what I figured, right? But that's okay. So it's like, would it have been nice? Yeah, but it didn't happen, so it didn't happen. So that's okay. So it's all good. They'll be back just for a Roma trust. I just see, like, the 2 ladybugs that, like, when you force me, and then I'm just like, oh no. Anyway, let's jump into our main thing here. Main project. Alright? We don't need this anymore. We can get rid of this now. It is all good. We don't need more, guys. We don't need more. See, we are all good. We are jumping in here. We are jumping in here and then jumping in here. There we go. What am I doing? That is not right. What am I doing? What was that? Inception. I don't know what just happened. Did the browser source change? I think the browser source changed. I think the... Hang on a sec. I thought I had everything set up correctly, but the stupid browser source changed. Goodness. Do not look behind the curtain. I mean, there's not much difference, honestly. It's just browsers. Browser source difference. Gray. Yes. Hang on a sec. I'm not gonna be able to do this regularly, so I'm just gonna repeat it on 2 tabs, because I don't know what it wants to do, and I don't want to make it angry. Can you please focus, cooperate, be nice to me? Thank you! Goodness, why was that so hard? That should not have been so hard. How dare you? Okay, we got our wheels. Everything's all set. So as you can see, as you can see here, why is the... My gosh. Alright, we're good now. As you can see, we have 2 wheels. Because if we're not gonna Gamba, everything is a game in some way. Wheel of Horse. And essentially, what we are going to do is we're going to see what would happen if different horses from Uma Musume were to join Rhodes Island, and what their classes would be. I couldn't fit in every horse! I've already been teased about not including every single horse that people wanted. I was not able to add every single horse. I apologize. Will we be using already existing AK horse hops as reference? No, this is all gonna be unique to these horses. I mean, I can pull them off as reference just for, like, design and concept and style. But other than that... 15 horse operators. Really? There's that many? Gosh. I only know of a few. Shaking and crying right now? Why? Anyway, alright, let's see how it goes. So first off, we have our Uma selection. What level of detail are we going for? Depends on how detailed you want these to be. If we do quick sketches, we can probably get 3 or 4. If we do them more detailed, we can probably get like 2. Didn't know you did DJing on the side. Cool turntables. Oh my gosh, you guys. Alright, let's see here. So we've got our list of horses, and we go for it. Okay. I don't know anything about Bakushin other than her name. I don't know anything about her. Okay, that's the other thing. You guys are gonna have to tell me about the horses. How much you know about the horses. You guys are gonna have to tell me about the horses. Because I don't know enough about the horses, so I'm gonna need your help with that. Don't look up her song? I don't have to look it up, it just plays. She goes fast, that's about it. Oh, this could be funny then. This could be really funny. If she just goes fast and that's about it, this could be really funny. Alright. Let's see, what class do we have for her? Alright, we're gonna remove. There we go, so we don't get duplicates. I really hope I don't have to remake this by scratch next time. I tried duplicating the wheel, and if it didn't duplicate, I'm gonna be mad. Alright, let's see here. And class. Oh! Okay, that could work actually, that could work. So we basically have like, is this basically like a miniature platinum? Like, what are we gonna do here? It is a fun combo indeed. Fast redeploy sniper. That sounds good. That sounds good, right? Starlight Solari? Hi? Hello? Wait, is that your regular username? What are the odds here? What are the odds here? Hello, welcome in, welcome in. Goodness. Alright, I need to grab some references of Bakushin. Let's see. What is her... We are gonna need, like, her main outfit to go on. Okay. I'm guessing it would be this pink one? It's pink, correct? Oh my gosh. Okay, I don't like this. I don't like this browser source situation. I don't like this browser source situation. Why are you doing this to me? So stupid. Alright. Can I grab another thing? Or I'm kind of nervous now. You know what? I'm just gonna do it off the side. And I can't. Why can't I? Browser bully. Hang on one second here. The most scuffed today, apparently. Alright. We got Bakushin, and then we've got... I wish I could pull this up correctly. Maybe I should have just had, like, a picture of every horse to begin with. Actually, wait. Shoot. If I was smart, I would have set this up in the Discord ahead of time. Love Bakushin, you better do her justice. Alright, I will attempt. I will attempt here. Let's see. So we've got, she would be a sniper, right? And we've got sniper and fast redeploy is what we've decided on. I need a pen that I can actually draw with. There we go. So we've got... Fast redeploy and sniper. And what type of sniper did you guys say she would be? I heard some people say loop shooter. The only one I really know of is marksman. Culture pusher specialist. Definitely marksman. I figured, right? Probably, like, I guess, similar to... Probably not similar to Ramel, but okay. Let's see here. Let me see if I can grab her picture here. So I have something to work with. Please behave. There we go. Remember Goldship was insanely rich? I doubt that she'd do anything physically. And just a ton of bots do the work for her. Goodness. Alright. All in, shooting fast. Okay, let's see if we can do something interesting here. I'm trying to think of a pose right now. She definitely used a small pistol crossbow like Blue Poison. She does seem like she wouldn't have anything, like, super crazy. I don't think I know how to... A pistol or SMG? Let's see here. Oh. Let me... I feel like she would probably still have a bow, no? Or would it be like, Exusia? Let's see. So I'm just gonna figure out, like, her regular outfit right now, and then try to see what we can do to, alter it, essentially. A bow like April could work, too? I don't think I know which one April is. We gotta stay with canon? Okay, if you guys know any canon that I'm breaking, please let me know. Please let me know, because I don't know any of the canon. I do feel like for a horse, a regular, bow does make more sense. Alright, so... Shoot. Of course, I have to start off with, like, the hardest pose in art. Great. Hang on a sec. Let me just get her main features down. Because I just realized I just have to make a very hard pose now. Dual wielding handheld crossbows like the one Fortnite item? What? You can't dual wield a crossbow. You need 2 hands for a crossbow. Goodness. Alright, let's see here. Hello, hello, Sam's here. Welcome in, welcome in. No, don't want to apologize at all. Do what you gotta do. It is good to see you here. Not if they're mini ones? How would you even hold it? That doesn't even make sense. Reload with your mouth, I guess. That doesn't make sense. Alright. We're gonna try to do what we can with our tail here. I totally have a bias for swishy tail. And now I need to look up the right pose for this. A bow like they used during horseback archery would be cool? I'm not sure what that is. Alright, there we go. This is the okay. I've got a reference here. I just need to flip everything. We'll make that solid here. And if anyone is, like, really well-versed in using crossbows and I'm doing it really poorly, I do apologize. I apologize in advance. If I'm not positioning the bow perfectly, I'm just trying to get the general idea. It needs to double wield when you can shoot 2 arrows at the same time. Yeah, I was kind of thinking of Vermel as well, honestly. There are hunting crossbows that use magazines? What? That's insane. I've never heard of that. Hello, Mr. Common, welcome in. Are you holding up okay after chapter 6? Funny you asked that, because somebody was asking if I was gonna do a master study, and I said, honestly, I don't think I can. Kaku, hello! Welcome in, it is good to see you. Regular archery pose, not crossbow. She's dumb, maybe valid. I don't know how the... Maybe I should have studied weaponry first. I didn't think about that. I didn't think about necessarily needing to be super specific on the weaponry, but maybe that's my bad anyway. Alright. I can't look up anything with a browser, which kind of irritates me. I should have realized that. I don't normally use browser sources for this reason, so yeah. So what kind of bow are we thinking of? Because people are listing all kinds of different things right now. Just DM some examples? Okay. Oh. You're still on the dual-wielding thing, aren't you? You want it to be like Linkle? Isn't that their name, Linkle? You want dual-wielding tiny crossbows, don't you? Is that what we're doing? Are we doing... Alright. Dual-wielding crossbow. Alright, we'll see how this goes. It's gonna be really tricky. I can still do the same leg pose, because I do still like that. I'm not really sure how to have them be held though. It's a little confusing, but I'll try my best here. I think the example with Linkle is probably the most accurate that I can see. You need your hand to be a little further away so that you don't snap it on yourself. And I'm sorry if this isn't, like, super accurate. I'm just trying to do, like, an extremely rough sketch drawing off the cuff right now, so things might be a little bit rough. But that's okay, right? We're just trying to get the general idea, and then we can, like, simplify it after. Or clean it up after, I guess is a better way to say it. Mayanachi, thank you very much for following. Thank you, I appreciate it. I think it's a great start since you're just putting it down. Yeah, exactly. We're getting the general idea here, right? This is a fun, silly stream where you do multiple characters. No one expects Master Study level today. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, this isn't Master Study level. This is basically just like, the idea is more important than the execution here. It's not okay, it must be 100% perfect copy of Nami's art style or I'll sue. I love how you specifically pick Nami, the one known for making the most complex backgrounds I've seen. Put Poison's pistol crossbow in the Discord if you need more specifics on the shape. Thank you. I appreciate that. Discarding crossbows is faster than reloading. My gosh. I've not seen a magazine crossbow, no. Alright. We need to start focusing on the outfit design here. So, her regular design with all the pink skirt and everything, right? How can we alter this? I like this part on the front where she has like sort of the military labels and everything. What can we do to alter this to make it a little bit more less idle, more AK? Let's see here. I'm trying to think. I mean, there's a lot that we still can keep, right? More tech wear. More tech wear. I'm trying to think how that would work. Make parts of it see through plastic. That always does seem to be a thing, doesn't it? Add bits of light armor. Okay, I think that there needs to be... I think the boots need... The boots right now are just sort of like parade boots, so I think we need to adjust the boots to maybe something more... versatile, I would say. Shoulder pads. The thing is, she already has the, what do you call them? The, I forget what they're called. I agree with the shoulder pads. She already has, like, the fancy military, epaulets. Thank you. Yeah, I was on the tip of my tongue. Thank you, Charles. I appreciate it. Hoodie coat, something a bit more casual. I like the hoodie idea, actually. Let's see what we can do with the hoodie idea. I think we could still keep the shorts, because you can still move around well in shorts. I think the shorts are okay. And then she has, like, this top. I think that, yeah, I think, like, maybe, like, a large jacket with a big, thick hoodie, I think would make a lot of sense, actually. And then have it, like you said, maybe see-through in some pieces. I still like the parts on the front. I'm trying to think of how I can... Maybe like a short sleeve. Maybe like actually, maybe like a hooded vest, right? So short sleeve, so the arms are still apparent. And then definitely we can keep the gloves that she has. Because gloves are always good when you're working with this kind of stuff, right? Gloves are always good to keep with weaponry. Are you keeping her cape? Her cape? Wait. Oh, she does have a cape. Okay, actually, yeah. Then in that case, the hoodie kind of serves as the cape in a way, doesn't it? So why don't we mimic that same pattern on the bottom, where it's like kind of cut up a little? And we'll have it as like a hoodie that's not full sleeve. And then it kind of gives a similar feeling. Don't forget her wedding ring from you. Goodness. And then we still have the headpiece, because I think that that's pretty iconic for her design. We can still keep the headpiece. And then actually, what I wish I had I need a turnaround of this cape design. She also has the collar with like sort of the sailor school uniform. So why don't we incorporate that somewhere else here? I'm trying to think here. Let's get some sort of general piece here. She's a wasteland messenger, so the bottom of the coat and edges, the clothes are torn up. Wait, who is? Bakushin is? Yeah, okay. That could work. So everything's like a little bit torn, a little bit rough. I'm trying to think. This definitely needs like our trim, right? I can't see what the back of it looks like. I can't see what the back of the cape looks like. But I'm seeing the trim here. I'm seeing the trim here. She has like high stockings and parade boots. So I think what we need instead is some sort of like taller boot. And that'll also change the color and silhouette a little bit. Let's see, make this go a little bit further back. I know it's not posed, like, again, these are just really rough sketches, right? And I want to make sure that we have time to add in some others as well, so. Small armor plates? Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. If I could do small armor plates, but like in that... What if I did it in like that shape that we showed earlier with the... on her top, right? With these sort of diamond shapes? And then I kind of imagine we need some sort of, I think we need some sort of, like, way to, like, one is black and one is white. And I feel like we need to sort of mimic that somewhere else. And we can kind of have this, again, torn up a little. We can have a little bit of the tear in the vest. You have to keep in mind her hairstyle. Does she have... I can't tell if she has, like, some sort of ribbon in the back or not. It's hard to tell. And I'm still trying to think about, like, let's think about... what was I saying before? With the ties, right? We'll have this open, like an open vest. Actually, you know, we could still have the... We could still have this sailor piece here, I think. Someone has a whole Umara for the girls. Do you want it? Sure, that would be very helpful. Because I can't look up anything. I didn't realize that it was gonna mess me up with the stream. To have the wheel and then looking things up. Alright, let's make it... What else could we do instead of... No, this is fine. We'll do something like this. And we've still got the hairstyle here. We've got the horse ears here. Put it in game chat? Alright, thank you. I appreciate that. What can we do to make the crossbow look more original? Because I think one of the main things that is really nice about Arknights' character design is that their weapons are not usually generic. They're usually pretty... They're pretty designed specific to the character, I think. So... let's make sure we're working on good composition as well. Right, so her hair is kind of matching her tail a little bit. One black, the other white? That actually would work really well, yeah. And then I'm trying to think of, like, what are some main symbols she's got. Ironically, that would also work well for platinum, wouldn't it? So I like the idea of it being black and white. Probably, you know, the opposite of what we have for the design here. And then I'm also trying to think about... I feel like I can push this a little bit more. We'll have the shoulder pieces. How do the shoulder pieces work on the vest, actually? Let's think about that. Trying to think of how the shoulder pieces can work now that we have this hooded vest here. It's such a distinct part of the outfit. Give pink tipped bolts as splash of color for the crossbow. Pink tipped. When you say for the bolts, do you mean like for the... I don't know what that is, Armatox. Let's see here. Let's see if I can grab this piece here. Like Scion armor? Oh my gosh. I don't think that I'm not sure if that would work. Let's see. And she kind of has this sort of expression, right? This is definitely very rough, but we're just doing what we can with very limited time here. And then we'll try to fill this in here. I know we can push this more. Oh, you know what? The hoodie can have the pattern on her front here, where it's like split off a little bit. It kind of splits into almost a checkerboard pattern. So we could have the hoodie have a little bit of that checkerboard look. Any expression, as long as it comes across her head, is entirely empty. Oh dear. Oh, you know what? I want to make this piece in the middle into a metal, because we weren't able to figure it out on her shirt. So I think that could work. She definitely does kind of have a little bit of the Vermel vibes, I feel. And what can I do to make the shirt more interesting? That's the thing. I don't really know much about techwear, to be honest, so I'm learning. I'm trying to understand techwear better. Actually, you know what? What does Vermel's design look like? And what does Platinum's look like? Oh, Vermel has like a hooded cape. That's ironic. Oh, hello. No worries. All good. It's actually really similar to Vermel, now that I'm looking at it. That's kind of uncanny. At least with the shorts and the cape hoodie thing. That's interesting, actually. What is her... I need to go back to the main outfit. I love it when things don't want to behave here. Sling bag to simulate a quiver, maybe? Like, how would that look? I really wish I could just... Hang on. Trying to think of how I could simulate the quiver part. Actually, wait, wouldn't these be much smaller? You wouldn't really need one nearly as large, right? 5N must be big enough to play tic-tac-toe on. Maybe if there's like a side thing here? I'm trying to think. Maybe like going across? If I had something going across, maybe. And this part could be anything that's like, transparent plastic, right? Maybe? Trying to think of what would work here. Could be on the front too. Trying to think. I want the jacket to be open. Maybe that would be... Maybe it should be underneath then. Something like this perhaps? I'm not really sure how this would behave, but just some sort of, like, plastic pouch here, maybe? And then you kind of see things through it, perhaps? It's hard to do this on the fly. I'm sure you guys could come up with better things if we weren't doing this live on stream. It's hard to come up with things on the fly. But it's fun. It's a lot of fun. And I think I'll add the tassels here to sort of not lose the epaulets that we had before, right? Sort of like a little tasseled keychain, perhaps. Something like this, and then usually this kind of thing needs to have fairly large belts to hold everything together. And then, what can I do to really... I think we need, like, one more thing to push this. So we definitely know that, like, this boot is gonna be... Here. Why don't we start adding the color so we know who this is? So we've got one of these in black. We've got one of these in black. Let me grab the color again here. There we go. So this will be with gold, and we'll kind of make this gold kind of look a bit diamondish, because she has like the 4 diamonds on her chest, right? So we'll give it a little bit of a diamondish look to kind of emulate that part of it. She'll have, like, probably, gloves, since she already has that in the main design. We'll have something like this. And then... let's grab her hair color if I can. Have something very, very rough here, just to get the idea down. And I feel like we could further design the crossbow. Definitely, again, like, playing with the designs, playing with the jewels and charms and things like that. Alright, let's see if I can sort of approximate that. And then we've got this big pink part here. If I can get the right color. Is that more or less? And then it also starts doing like a checkerboard thing. So how would that work? That's kind of like a little bit confusing, but something around these lines, I think. I'll probably clean that up later as well. And we're just having fun with this, right? An ear head accessory? Headset like Gnarl? Yeah, that would make sense, because don't most operators have headsets? Like, I know Suzerain does as well. At least that's, like, the first one that comes to mind in terms of what I've seen lately. So yeah, that would make sense, because, like, all the Umas have hair pieces, so it actually works very well. It's very hard to see what I'm doing as it gets, like, crazier and crazier here. Can even make it a matter of headset on which side is IRL gender. Oh, that's clever! That's really clever, yeah. I like that a lot. Because of the whole thing with how they do the accessories on the Umas. I like that a lot. That's actually really smart. And then we'll try to have the... I'm not really, like, detailing the hands here. I just want to get the general idea of where they are. That's all. This is basically just, like, you know, rough fashion sketch, more or less, right? And there's usually some sort of detailed in pink here. And we could do the same thing here with the pink. Have it maybe striped. This is gonna be a little confusing because I sort of split this up, so... Why don't we do white for the shirt, and then we'll do a clear pinkish plastic. Which is gonna be sort of hard to indicate, but... It's a little hard to indicate what each thing is, I feel, but it's one of those, like, you sort of know as we were working on it, right? And then if we were to really, like, have this all set up, then we would make this a lot cleaner, a lot clearer. I thought because of the thumbnail it would be gold cheat. Time Zero, we're actually doing it by chance. This was on a wheel. This was actually on a wheel. Alright. I think this is, like, probably as far as we can go with this time, with the time we have allotted here. I kind of want to put something black here on the shoulder pad, like some sort of... I don't know, I want something there, but I'm not really sure, so I'll just sort of indicate, like, a different color break that we could maybe deal with later. I like it, honestly. I'm hope for her to spook me on a roll. It's a little bit of a stiff pose, but... I'm still here, just busy drawing the thing. I'm gonna cut it so close. Oh no. You could do flat color, though. You can do flat color. Raul, what program are you using digitally? Because there are ways to very quickly flat color. I'm trying to think... Okay, so... I think this is probably, like, as far as I get, right? This is one of those things where I want to do a rough on stream, and then at some point it would be really cool, to, like, actually refine it and make it into a real design. You know, someday when I have time. It's kind of hard to show the earpiece from this angle, but let's see. Yeah, I'm not really sure if that's gonna come through, but... something with a little bit of a microphone showing, and maybe it could sort of be disguised with bow. Maybe something like that. Yeah. Something like that could be interesting. You're using Psy? I don't know Psy as well anymore. I used to use Psy a lot. Alright, we're gonna call this one done. Now, what else? This is the other fun part, right? For people who don't draw as much. What would be a fun way to have her with, like, a skill 1 or skill 2? What would be some fun names? Because all I know is that she's very fast, and that she's, like, a little bit airheaded, right? Let's come up with an interesting skill 1 and skill 2. One skill is full ASPDB. Let's see, alright. I'm on the right layer here. Only speed, okay. Skill 1, Bakushin. Skill 2, Bakushin, Bakushin. Does anyone just have a skill that's just their name? That'll be funny. That's just the description. It just says Bakushin, 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 ASPD plus 50. Alright. How about literally only train speed and won every race except one with her? That's insane. I need to have other elements that show more speed. ASPD plus 1200. That's insane. Alright. I'm trying to think here. Let's throw a skill name or two in here. Let's throw a skill name or two in here. They'll feed for crossbow to show lots of arrows preloaded for faster shooting. Wait, what? Kyobi has her skills named Very Hot Knife, Very Heavy Spear, and Cold Axe. Is that true? For talent, I think she should have DP reduction -3, so she costs 7 and deploy first. Dang, okay. Maybe that should be like if there's, fleet-footed arrow. I like that. I like that. This should, I think the skill 2, could be attack and speed up. Let me think, what else? SDP plus 120, random targeting. You can check Bakushin's, ult's name? That would be an interesting way of doing it. Just put a block on top of each crossbow so they have magazines. What? There's Bakushin with her unique skill name. I don't know what those are. Let me see if I can find those. Think about talent first. So talent, it would be -3 DP is what we're deciding, right? But like, what should be the... Is there a criteria for that? Does someone else have to be on the team for that? Higher attack speed, but chance to miss. -20% accuracy. Bakushin's skill name. Wow, this is not useful at all here. Does she have, like, specific? -3 DP only if she's the first deployed. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, again, not playing with any vanguards here. Class rep and speed is Bakushin. That is a skill. Is that actually the name? Because I'm looking at it and I'm like, that can't be the name. That's just an explanation, right? Is that actually the name? Self-stuns after skill finishes? That would be a skill 2 thing, wouldn't it? Yeah. I'm trying to think. What's it called when you run past your mark? What's it called, like, if you run too fast and, you miss your target? What do you call that? Overshot. Yeah, overshoot. Yes, thank you. So we could call it overshoot. So overshoot could be like, we could call that like stuns for 10. 1200 ASPD, ignores bid defense, 20% chance to miss, gets stunned after it ends. Exactly. Yeah, I like that. This feels way too high. Is this way too high? Am I, like, crazy? Or do I just not know, like, meta operators to know if that sounds crazy? That sounds that sounds like a really crazy number to me. Overshooting Maestro. I love it. Oh my gosh. No, I love it. That's a great way to make it even more unique. Oh my gosh, please. Behave. It is very much way too high. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I feel like that's not... What if it was just, in percentage, right? Like, 150%? But it's funny. I was gonna say. So, what if it's like, or 200 I've seen before, right? 200? Aurora's S2 does 330% more damage if the enemy's frozen. It's not the highest number out there. Goodness. 200, but it deprecates, like, over the skill length? That could be interesting. So... So, deprecates over skill length. Akushin is stunned for, let's say, 7 seconds. It gets worse every time you use it. Oh, jeez. The first one where it's still above 500 is stupidly good and then falls off. How do you live with being prismatic? What are you talking about? Oh, because of all the bubbles and holographics and stuff for Aroma. Yeah, no. Holographic is extremely hard to paint. Luckily, I'm not holographic. I am prismatic. It's actually easier to deal with. Has a chance to miss. Stuns yourself in skill finishes. Attacks randomly. Attack 50% target random enemy within range. Wait, does that take her out of the marksman class? Or I guess not, but it kind of feels like it would. Apparently Bakushin literally means dash or run, so she's literally just running around basically saying zoom zoom whoosh. I love that. Make it a skill that automatically triggers on deployment. That would actually be good for the first one, I think. I feel like the first one could be just a basic, like, ASPD 50. Attack, maybe... I'm trying to think. I don't know, 30? And then that's like an automatic deployment thing. Yeah, automatically triggers on deployment. I'm running out of room here. I'll make this cleaner later. Hella-drop operator, basically? Yeah, I think so. First skill could have dodge chance? That's interesting. So, maybe... I'm running out of room here. Maybe dodge 20%? How does that sound? Is that broken? Or is it not broken enough? Let me separate these a little bit. I want S2 to be the goofy one that's really good on paper but has a million drawbacks after the first use that gets continuously worse. 20 is low, 40 seems fine? Okay. You guys know this better than I do, so it's interesting. I'm gonna make this 60, 40, 30. I'm sorry if it's hard to see on your end. Dodge can be a module? I've not touched modules. I don't know how any of the module things work. Alright, I think this looks good, right? Why don't we call this one here, unless there's anything I have to change, if there's anything that absolutely must change. Looks good? Alright, we're calling it then. This is amusing. This is very amusing, I think. I'm gonna do base skills too? I haven't even thought that far ahead. You have an idea for Bakushin base skill? Alright. Give us your idea. And then we need to move on and see what other horses we've got here. Talent and first skill do not combo well. Increase productivity, whatever facility she is in by 100%, lose morale 4 times faster. Oh my gosh. Speedrun whatever she's doing. Wait, I love that. I love that. That's so good. So, increases productivity of any facility by 100%. Lose morale 4 times faster. Incredible. Morale being treated like non-existent stamina. Yeah, I can see that. Decreases the morale of other operators? Oh no. Yeah, plus 1.5 times of whoever's with her. Oh, that's mean. Alright, I think we're good. I think this is good. This is one of those things where, like, someday I'll make it, like, really nice and clean. And I'll present it and pretty and whatnot. But for now, this is our good base idea. She's basically just, like, designed like Vermel. And very broken in everything else. Alright. Let's go back to our wheel here. We must go to our wheel. Our magical wheel. She's beautiful. Spin that wheel. Oh my gosh. No, it's not Gamba, guys. Alright, where's my wheel? Is this my wheel? Wait. This is my wheel. Alright. Let's see. We are working with... Okay. Alright. I'm tempted to make this, like... like, very, very bad for creating gold. The support cards are singing. Alright, let's see, who else we've got here. She's gonna be a merchant. We'll see here. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, if it was specialist, merchant would have been perfect. Okay, guard. Interesting. That fits? Let's see how to make this work. Either a merchant who consumes your actual ordnance every 3 seconds. Oh my, I don't know, who the other one is, so. Oh, design-wise, this might be tricky. Which kind of guard? I don't know, because I don't know all of them. I know Arts Guard because of Stacia. I know Lord because of Lapland. She does have a very Higashi sort of look, yeah, you're right. Alright, let's see. Sculptor is a bard supporter? Really good passive buffer. I don't know what that is. I'm sorry, this is a little tricky. Musha? I don't know anything about Kita-san. I have no ideas for this one. I don't either! I'm trying to remember her event, if we got any, like, personality from her. I feel like Lord would make sense, because then she could have, like, a very large katana. Yeah. Good stats, heals on hit, can't be healed. Why does that actually feel like it fits? I don't know why. She likes helping people from what I can remember. She looks up to Diamond a lot, right? Like, I remember her wanting to cheer on Diamond and then forgetting to cheer on herself. Comically large katana for hitting 3 tiles ahead. I feel like Lord at least makes sense for her design, right? I don't know what Musha is. They're all about katana, okay. Katanas are Musha? Wait, I'm very confused now. Instructor guard? Oh, because she likes helping? That's an interesting one. She's like one of the reigning champion, my mind just goes to Lord. Which have high stats, heal on hit, can't be healed. Okay, I see. That is the class. Oh, okay, okay. I didn't know. I didn't know I've never heard the word before. Gain stat when low on HP. Interesting. So, but the instructor thing actually also feels like it could fit. Honestly, like, either of them feel like they could fit. Usually SPD, sometimes also attack or sanctuary. Zoe gains SP. Interesting, okay. Well, I know we can start off with at least her base design, right? Maybe Dreadnought? Or can Dreadnought heal or no? I forget. Or can they be healed, I should say. I have a giant wheel open. Sorry. Dreadnought is basic, like Malantha? Oh, okay. So just, like, higher attack, basically. I don't have this, like, immediately in my head like you guys do, so I apologize. But I did think that this would be a fun idea, at least. Big attack and HP, bad defense. Gotcha. I kind of, like, overlooked the fact that I really wouldn't know enough to do this very well. But it's okay, because I can learn from you guys. I can learn from you guys. We can have fun with this. Let's see. How would she be... How would she be positioned with a katana? As you said from the start, chat input is critical, yeah. Should decide what weapon suits her first? I'm trying to- we decided on katana, right? Fun little interactive stream. Yeah, I wanted to do more streams where, like, a lot of your guys' expertise could shine through. Like that meme headhunting, right? I know I said, like, oh, for the meme headhunting, I didn't want to have it very gameplay focused, but I still want to do things where, like, you guys can participate as well. Make it more fun for you. Whether she's Musha or instructor, she absolutely should have buffs for allies built into the kit. Yeah, true. I definitely agree with that one. ASPD increase since her card is speed type. That makes sense. So, let's see what we could do for... I do feel like, instructor could fit if she's, like, constantly cheering everybody on. I mean, since we don't have her in a supporter role. Yeah, it literally- okay, I'm looking at her wiki right now, it literally says that she likes to help people. So we at least got the general idea. She runs over and someone's worried about something. She sits and listens. She's a kind girl loved by many, has a habit of singing loudly and belligerently. So she basically is like loving festivals and likes to help people. If she's an instructor, she should have a kama, a sickle attached to a rope. Ooh. I do feel like instructor does make sense here. Are these also dual or are these single? Because I see a picture of them, I'm just, it looks like they're usually dual wield as well. Naginata could fit as well. Still think having her be Musha with support utility is more interesting since that hasn't really been done yet. Huh. I don't know. Okay, what do you guys think? We could, I guess first of all we should decide the subclass, right? So, Musha or Instructor, I suppose. Dual wielded as melee weapon, but single to hold the rope. Oh, that would make sense. Sarigama is the sickle with the rope and weight. Alright. Okay. I'm in favor for Instructor. I feel like we could go either way, honestly. I think they both work well. The other thing is, like, I don't know. I feel like if it was, we really could go either way. I don't know. So orange kiwi juice is in favor of instructor. Does anyone else have any inputs? I think we could go either way with this. Because I could also see katana. I could see them both. Key to the support ninja. Dreadnought? I don't know. We could do it either way, I feel like. Alright, let's see here. Kita-san as instructor, Kita-san alter as Musha. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Musha the buffs allies more the lower the health is. Interesting. Wait, wouldn't this, like, crazy card that everyone's after basically be, like, almost an alter at that point? Because of how insane it is? Let the wheel take over again. I can't set up another wheel, unfortunately. Actually, wait. Actually, I can. Hang on. I don't want to save the wheel this way, but I think I actually could. Hang on a second here. Give me a sec. Praise the wheel. Can I do this? Wait, this might actually work. Now we have 3 wheels. Alright, what are we doing for this? The Wheel of Haun's the most non-biased judge. So we could have Musha. Dreadnought. I'm not gonna spell that correctly. Instructor. Was there another? Or are we basically between these 3? Alters are also very much an Uma Musume. Major and Teo just got him. True, true. Yeah, you're right. The DJ setup is getting more insane. Alright, let's see how this goes. Ready? Alright then. Okay. Dang, that was close. That was very, very close. Goodness. The wheel has spoken. Goodness. Alright. F. She could have an altar at some point. She could have an altar. Alright, so I think we're going with the Kusarigama and instructor role. I think that works. I think that works. Now I just have to figure out how to, like, draw it. The wheel have spoken. Alright. Let me try to get, like, a good position here. I'm trying to think of, like, the pose for holding this thing. Because I understand that you'd have, like, the chain in one hand. Hang on. Mentally Maru would be a good reference? Possibly. I'm just trying to think of, like, how you would be holding the... How you would be holding the weapon is all. I don't know if this is very accurate, but I'm trying to think. You essentially be holding it and releasing it, right? If I understand correctly. I need to get better at poses on the fly. I'm a little bit rough on poses on the fly, I won't lie. Is there a way that I could, like... How could I make that more interesting? Maybe it would, no, it would probably be like, wrapped around, right? So, if you're holding probably multiple sections of it. I wasn't trying to, but thanks. Some sort of weight on the bottom here, and you're sort of like holding both sides. Something like this. Have her arms spread out, open chest, letting the sickle part dangle. Wait, I don't really know what you mean here. Don't you have to be like holding it before you release it? I mean, I could also do like the release version, but it'd be a little harder to do correctly here. Oh yeah, definitely fireworks. No, 100% fireworks for sure. Let's see here. Really, really hard ankle. More like a static pose? Not sure what you mean. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Like... this kind of thing, basically, right? It's hard to understand sometimes what people mean when they're, when it's just text versus visuals. You know, Bakushin has that song where she only says her name, a few other Umas have the same thing. I didn't know a few other Umas had the same thing. I thought it was just a, I thought it was just a Bakushin thing. I don't think you should dangle the sickle. I kind of want it to be like... It doesn't... I feel like the whatchamacallit. I feel like the composition is not as strong. I feel like this might have a slightly stronger composition. But, I don't know. It depends on... I think it depends on, like, if you want to, show off the outfit more, maybe? Or we could really just... We could just have it, like, you know, in hand. And then this could, again, be, like, you know, looped around a little bit more. Maybe something like this? I love the roulette had decided supporter. I think Kita would be a great bard. A version of... What? No, what? Why? That's so strange. Alright, I'm just gonna copy-paste the head on here because it already works. It'd be funny. I don't think I'm the the type of person who can do something like that. Alright, make her a little less crazy buff. I'm just trying to get the general idea down. More closed leg position? What if I had her more like stepping forward? Like, make that a little bit more. That could be interesting. Trying to do my best to make these more visually interesting. It's a little tricky when you're trying to do it on the fly. And then trying to... is always a hard thing to do with the foot, but there we go. Something like that. Alright, now I need to grab her main outfit again. Oh boy. Okay, this is gonna be a little tricky for sure. Why did I... actually, like, genuine question, why did I choose her? Because this is a really, really rough design for me to be working with. Why would I have done this? Why would I do this to myself? This was not a smart design to choose at all. Why would I even put this on the list? Goodness. This is my own fault. Yeah, it really depends on, like... that's more of like a gold chip stance previously, isn't it? Alright. Oh my gosh. She has those... would this be offensive? Would this be culturally offensive? No, I don't think it would be. She has, those, ropes, that go, like, on the back of her outfit. That, we could, like, mimic the rope. Like, mimic the color of the rope. I don't know if that would be weird? I don't know. Or at the very least, I could do a tassel at the end for the weight. I could do the bell tassel at the end for the weight, because it has to be weighted down. The interesting thing, how to adapt the design to more modern aesthetics, it's tricky. I'm not, like, I normally design things that are fantasy-based, so this is, like, actually really out of my wheelhouse. It's usually done with chains, right? Yeah. I wonder if there'd be a good way to do it with a rope, though, because she has a rope in her design. And if there would be some way to incorporate it, it could be interesting. Even if it's a lot thinner, just sort of bringing back that color scheme. Talent idea for later. When Satona Diamond is in the squad, attack speed plus 15, defense 15 for both. I like that. I like that a lot. I'm gonna write that down before I forget. Would that be more? That would be like a talent thing, right? Talent. Okay. Yeah. Or both. Okay. I think someone had a skill idea earlier, but I don't know if we were able to get to it. Alright, let me think here. me go back to Matoi Maru. Yeah, that's definitely going to need to be a reference, I think. So again, we're going to need, like, some stronger shin guards, I think. But we could still have the larger leggings, I feel. That could have been a good talent. Umas buff each other like abyssal guards. I guess that, Could there be... I don't know if you can add both. I'm not really sure if that's a thing. Okay, so this I feel like I'm repeating things already, which is kind of funny in a sad way. Senko channel, hello, hello, welcome in, welcome in. Let's see what else I could do here. Well, she doesn't really need to carry much because everything she has is sort of on her here. Does she have like a... Yeah, I could do a more modern belt, that's true. I could still have it like, you know what I could do? Is kind of like... Is it Suzerain who has them? They have like the sashes around them. Like the techwear sashes. I don't really know what they're for, but I see them sometimes. And they're not really like, they're not belts. I just sort of see them as like, let me think if I can change that up a little bit and make it a little more, make a little more sense. Let me think. I guess it was just sort of like a decoration of sorts. Actually, wait, could I? Yeah, I'm not as used to doing techwear stuff, honestly. This is definitely outside my comfort zone, I will say. But it's really good practice. It's really good practice. She has this design on her coat, so I'm gonna make it into a lawn skirt instead, I think. Visual for the second skill may be her block becomes 0. She starts throwing fireworks, giving close allies inspiration and other buff. I like that. I like that. My dream of AK Cyberpunk commissions now died. I just need to... I just need to learn this stuff, basically. Like, I'm trying to expand my horizons with different niches, because I'm saying that, like, I'm used to fantasy, but Arknights is, like, visually helping me learn more, you know what I mean? Because, like, artists always have to learn new themes, new roles. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of artists that'll say things like, oh, I only do cute pastel girls, or whatever. And I don't like that personally. I think that you should always try to expand your horizons. She has like this little moon design here. I think I want to try to see if I can bridge that onto the shoulders in some way. I don't know if that's gonna work. If I could have that, like, going from each end, perhaps? Now that might look a little bit awkward. Definitely a difficult combo, yeah. Mentioning stuff other than the drawing to distract Star, maybe she gets inspiration when she looks back. Arknights is fantasy meets sci-fi with a dash of steampunk. Yeah, I do really want to try to expand my horizons, I feel. It's just tricky sometimes, I think. She does have, like, these fingerless gloves that I want to keep, and I do like the, short sleeves here. So I think I'm just gonna sort of keep the sleeves the way they are, because it adds some nice visual interest. But instead of having the crazy patterning on it, we could do something a little bit more modernized. There probably wouldn't be like patternings of flowers on everything, right? So maybe something like this, and maybe something like, maybe there's like belts to hold it in place? Maybe that could work. Something like this. She actually is kind of giving instructor vibes already, I'm not gonna lie. The skirt can stay the same, I think. Or the skirt-dress combo. Maybe change the proportion a little bit. Let's see if this is kind of like an open skirt, so it would probably be sort of like this, I would say. Something like this. I feel like we're getting there. I feel like we're getting there. See-through sleeve. I like that. Like plastic type effect. And then we'll make this type of pattern maybe? Because it's not flowers, but it kind of evokes like the bottom piece here. And her tail's kind of being hidden, so I need to sort of redraw her tail in. This might not work, but the red sash in the original design as a suspender. I was trying to do that, I think. Like, I was trying to have it here, but I wasn't really making it work. So I'm trying to think of how I can make it work better. Maybe if I at least had, like, some sort of... Maybe there could be something here that's, like, holding everything a little bit tighter. Maybe it's, like, holding the skirt up. I was trying that earlier. I wasn't able to get it down, but maybe something like this could help? And then... I'll keep it a little bit pointed. Make sure we still have our shape language here. I don't want to add another diamond there, because we just did that with the previous design, but I might add it up here. That's already there, actually. I don't really have to do anything there. This one could actually work really well. This one's actually, I feel like this one's actually coming together fairly well. Not really focused on if the hands look good or not, but just a general idea. Start gonna look at Nan again after the master study. That was a little bit rough. I'm not gonna lie, it was a little bit rough. Oh, actually, she kind of does have, like, ropes that help keep the sleeves up, so having them into, like, more modern techwear buckles could actually fit really well. And then I still like the idea of this sort of being, like, a tassel and bell type of deal. I think that that actually works well, because she has it sort of on her outfit. And then... I guess she would just have, like, more modern boots. Just more, like, larger boots here. Something to that effect. And I can probably keep the design the way it is, more or less. Did you see the prototype? I did, I just haven't had a chance to, reply to it. Noticing I'll probably need to make a different layout to fit the unique overlay size. So I can always, like, I'm still trying to play with how overlay works on the stream, so I can always try to, like, overlap it a little bit. But I usually make it fairly skinny. I'm still trying to figure out what works best for overlay. Like, I want to, at minimum, be able to have, like, 2 messages showing, usually. 3, if possible. But it's really hard for me to figure out what works best. Actually, I have very similar shoes to this, which is kind of funny. My own shoes are actually modeled fairly similarly, I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of interesting, in a strange way. If the overskirt is supposed to evoke a coat for a more martial look, I recommend adding a split in the back. Okay. Wait. So it's like the 2 pieces, essentially? So it's holding on like 2 pieces? Because right now it's split in the front here. I mean, I have an overskirt with a split in the back, but that's for my tail. So I guess it would also be for her tail? Is that what we're doing? Are we adding splits for tails as well? I mean, I can do that. Not entirely split, but half the length. I don't really understand why. I feel like this is kind of messing with the composition a little bit. For more range of motion? Allow the legs to move easier. Okay, fair enough. I just have it for my tail. Yeah, that's fine. We can do that. Probably have like a million color ways here too. All right. Tail window. I mean, you know, kind of. Alright, we'll make these, like, diamond shape as well, so that they still fit the overall design. Split coattails are the best ever since DMC. Fell in love with Virgil and his design. I mean, I do like split coattails myself, too. So I get it. I get it. Alright. Do the Umas also have visible other ears, or no? Never really noticed that. I don't think they do. Something like this, maybe? Make it look less awkward if I was doing this over a longer period of time. Be something like this here. Trying to not make the eyes look like they're taking up the whole face, but kind of hard when I don't have color on it. Alright. Maybe something like this, and we'll make her neck much shorter, because it's hard to do when I was just grabbing the design. There we go. That feels a little bit more natural. The weapon proportions are spot on. Hello, Grendel. Welcome in. It is nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. Just looked at the art book again. Kuranta operators either have a hole in the outfit for the tail or have a split back that have additional layers to cover it. Okay. Well, in that case, we're gonna split this further because it's basically my own design. It's what I have. So we'll have it a further split and it'll almost be 2 pieces. Alright. I'm glad that we went this way, honestly. I feel like this works for something. I feel like a katana is like almost expected, you know? So I'm kind of glad that we went to try with something else. Because I feel like everyone would just assume that, you know, the traditional looking horse is gonna have the katana. So I'm kind of happy that we tried to go outside the comfort zone here. Katana some black, oh my gosh. Alright, let's throw on some color here. Speed character using chain weapon is actually a new favorite of mine ever since watching Fate. Is that also why you like rope? Alright, let's see. Because I know rope is- wait, who do you- actually, newbie, who do you like more, rope or Cruz? Or is that too difficult to ask? A what might look good? I doubt that I read that right. A what? I'm so confused. Am I missing something here? Rope is my favorite design, Cruz is the adorable one. That's fair, that's fair. It was a little tricky because the colors are gonna blend, but I'm trying to do it all in one go. And then we've got a little bit of the fingerless gloves. We love fingerless gloves here. Goggles! Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I was like, what are we doing? What am I working with? And then this is gonna be red. This is gonna alternate between red and white. Like I said, I don't know if this is gonna be, like, against, if this goes too far, like, culturally, but I think it'll look really nice. Googly eyes. Check the chat. This is how you would hold it. Hang on. Why am I being tagged in so many things? Okay. Wait. This is... Oh, I see where I went wrong. I see where I went wrong. I can't really change that now, especially after I just colored it. I'll make another piece of the rope. Because I see what you're saying. I see why that makes a lot more sense. Let me just make another section here then. Wait, did I do this on the... Okay, good. Make sure I didn't do this on the wrong layer. It's a little bit uneven now, but that's okay. Imagine seeing someone zip at you faster than a Toyota Corolla, swinging a chain Kurama and wearing huge googly eyes. Newbie, where does your head go? I will never understand. Alright, this is gonna be black. How does your head go to these places? We will never know. And then we've got red here. She honestly does kind of give off instructor vibes, in my opinion. Like, I think this works. Eighteenth century cavalry uniforms are peak military fashion. I feel like it would be a crime not to lean into that for at least one design. I don't know all the things off the top of my head, though. I'm not doing, like, you know, huge amount of research here. I'm just having fun. I'm just playing around today. This will be white. And this will be like red coveralls, so we can figure out how to make that work. And then we'll have like some decorative thing here that I can't quite put my finger on at the moment, but something like this. I'm trying to get this like colored in as fast as I can. And then having these is like, I like, someone said having these is like clear plastic. I think that will look really good. I can't really quite do it, with this style, but trying a little bit. And then the fingerless gloves here. And then the red bands here to keep the sleeves on. Make this a little bit... Oh, that's fine. We'll just get rid of this. Alright. You got burger. I'm happy for you. I'm happy you have burger. I'm thinking of Kita and Samurai Champloo. She'd be beatboxing and breakdancing. I love it. Talent 2, surrounding 8 tiles, get ASPD or attack boost when attacking the same target as Kita-san Black. Wait. Did I miss a part here? Attacking the same target as Kita-san? Oh, the surrounding 8 tile operators. Oh, I see. Alright, we'll do that in just a sec. We'll do the talents and skills in just a sec here. Maybe something like this? Am I missing any other part here? Make this have like a... maybe a black here as well. No, I don't want it to look too even. Probably something like that works. Alright. I think that works. Let's see if there's any other patterning here that we want to do. Alright. Give me a sec. Let me just add some of the stripe designs here that are also on her regular outfit. And then she does have like all these flowers. Not really sure how I would handle that. No, it's probably fine. Okay. So we have first talent. How about something more original? I don't want to like, yeah, I don't want to exactly copy an existing. Oh, I need to make sure I save this. Goodness. So something like surrounding 8 tiles get attack boost attacking the same target. Oh, that's another thing. Like, what would be the... Thanks for reminding me to save my work as well. Yeah, no problem. Usually Stream Elements sometimes tells us. Here's an idea. Skill 1 makes whoever she's attacking more likely to be target, so it synergizes with talent 2. So... Okay, I see what you're saying. So, talent 2... Ops in... surrounding 8 tiles. Wait, I need to read back what this was. Oh shoot, where did that go? Surrounding 8 tiles get... probably attack speed? What if it's attack speed and then that, like, pairs with Bakushin? when attacking same target as Kida-san, and then I need to go back down here. You also said save every time you hear thunderclap in the distance? Why are you hearing thunderclap in the distance, newbie? What have you done? Alright. Skill 1. These are kind of out of order now, but... And out of layer order, too. Where's my text? There's my text. So skill 1. Where did this go? Whoever she's attacking more likely to be target. And then I'm sure attack up, probably, right? Maybe, attack up 40? Does that sound about right? I won't say much, I don't want to spoil you. New operator was announced in CN that pairs incredibly well with Aroma. Goodness. Fair enough. Should it be attack boost or Alright, hang on. How many stars would the Umas have, I'm wondering? That's a great question. I don't know enough about that. I only gave 2 skills because I can't think as far as skill 3s, but... Enemy Kida-san's tag becomes more likely to be targeted, is given 30% fragile. Kida-san gains 50% attack, 30% ASPD. Operators and surrounding 8 tiles gain half the effect. Would that be 2? It needs to be more balanced, reduce the fragile to 15 and attack increase to 40. I don't know how fragile works necessarily. I mean, I know that paramedics can use it. I'm not as familiar yet with everything. Fragile adds the percentage as damage. Okay. So, let's have... Neo! Hello! Welcome in! How are you doing? Welcome in, Raiders! Welcome in! Neo, it is lovely to see you. Hello. My name is Starlight Kari. I am a prismatic kitsune. We are currently designing Uma Musume as if they were operators in Arknights. Hello, welcome in, Raiders! It is good to see you, hello. Neo, what were you doing? It is good to see you here. Welcome in. I hope everybody's having a good day so far. Neo, if you need to take a break, get water, go to the bathroom, do what you need to do, I appreciate you sending your community over here. Yeah, we're having a lot of fun with it, honestly. We're having a lot of fun with this. Like, what would, based on, like, their personality and everything, but we're also randomizing it. You were playing, Anno? Wait, I don't know what that is. Is that short for something? You gonna try and condense the revised version to a single message so parts of it don't get lost? Okay. But hello, Raiders, welcome in. We're going crazy, turning horse girls into Terra. Anno is like, civ? Like, civilization? Like, is it, like, world building type? City builder, okay. Alright, that makes sense. I'm going crazy designing Uma's. Kisan's target gains taunt. Okay, thank you. That's what I was trying to figure out. Taunt. Gains 40 attack, 20 ASPD. Surrounding operators gain half the effect. Other Uma operators gain the full buff. Is this a skill 2? Also, we have to name these. You're even doing skills? I would just go for visuals. The reason I want to go for skills is because not everyone focuses on the art side of things, and everyone here knows so much more about, like, the actual gameplay mechanics, and it's a good way to, you know, have everybody be able to contribute. Either S1 or S2? I feel like that's kind of... Is that a little much for S1? Maybe, let's... Ah! So, let me just write these down. Target gains taunt, if I could spell. Taunt, 15% fragile. Hitasan gains 40% attack, 20% attack speed. Surrounding operators gain half. Uma operators gain full effect. Alright, I feel like that... Skill 3 idea, attack range expands, pyramid shape the way she's facing. Talent 1 applies to all ops on the field, plus 100% attack, 25% damage reduction. Let me write this down real quick, too. Attack range expands. We should also yeah, attack range. We should definitely figure out attack range. Attack range expands. Talent 1 applies to all ops on field, plus 100% attack, 25% damage. Let me see, sounds like it does kind of, yeah, this does, okay, what if we did this? So, this is skill 2. Let me make sure these don't, like, overlap or something. This was skill 1, skill 2, skill 3. Your JJK brain goes to Black Flash as a skill. You could do, like, something like Shadow or Noir or something. Festive Steps, that's cool. I like that. Also, we need to... Okay, so what would the... So range for instructor is 2 ahead, and then how would we increase that? Because we do still have instructor that we're dealing with, right? Also, let me just move this over so I can... That's helpful. Okay, fine. Where's all my text? There is all my text. So we've got our range as, like, this usually. And you said a pyramid shape before? So would that be, like... That would be a pyramid shape, correct? Damage reduction percentage is called Sanctuary. Okay. Where did I have that? I'm learning. I'm learning all the things. S1 could be an AFK skill? Wait, that doesn't... 30% attack would be skill 1 on its own. Okay. I like festive steps. I'm trying to think of what that should be. Probably this one, right? Because it kind of... I want to call one of them. I like that name a lot. S2 would buff talent 2 directly by percent normally? Blah! I know, there's so much information here. Offensive charge 2 SP still has the taunt aspect for talent synergy. So confused. In new CN update, we'll be able to look at how range changes when choosing a skill. Menu, not battle. That's good. Yeah, that's been throwing me off so much, so that's really good to hear. 6-star because the card being so good. I feel like, yeah. Expanded to be like Lord Guard or Mystic Caster? But we already designed this with Instructor in mind. Didn't we? Widen the range? Wishlash already extends her range in a line. It's confusing. Anno is short for Anno Domini? Okay. Anno games always have a year date after the name to indicate which year they're set in. Oh, I see. Did you read giving treats as an idea for a skill? Like a name? 2 offensive SP, gives the target taunt for maybe 5 to 6 seconds, deals 250% of attack as physical damage. So, this is basically... Wait, is this skill 1? I'm getting confused now. Where are we at here? Where are we at, and do we need to increase the range? Okay, wait, so I don't know any other instructor ops except for Doberman. Do they usually have a different, could they have a different range than what I have here? Because I just went off based on what I know with Doberman. Two offensive SP, target, taunt. Okay. Is this an addition, or are we replacing now? I'm getting so confused. I'm getting very confused now. Base range is the same, skill can modify range. Okay. Target taunt for... Okay. Most likely be targeted, so we'll say 6 seconds. I'm not really sure what the 2 offensive SP means here. 250% of attack is physical damage. Wait, how did we go from 40 to 250? For S1? Replacing current, okay. Two attacks fill up her skill. Oh, I see. So this is basically like... Wait. Offensive SP means it gets 1 SP each time operator attacks? So wait, are you saying that it's like very similar to Doberman's skill, where on the 3rd attack she deals a higher amount? Okay, yeah. Wait, what is Doberman S1? Do I use S1 or S2? I'm getting so confused now. Okay, okay, okay. So how does the 6 seconds targeting work then? Every 2 attacks, there's 6 seconds of targeting? The 6 seconds of targeting, I'm a little confused. I think there's only one structure that gains increased range, but that's only by a tile. I'm not 100% sure on this. So, okay, why don't we... This is normally the range, right? So, 200... I don't know, is that too much? Is that too much? Every 2 attacks, she applies the effect. It lasts for 6 seconds. Okay. Or every 3. Does this seem right, then? It's so hard for me to know what is broken and what isn't broken. For a 6-star? No. Alright. We'll say she's 6-star for how much she's been evading people. So I like Festive Steps as the name for skill 3. I want to lock that in. I really like that. Skill 2, we could just simply... Skill 2, we could just call, I don't know. You might revisit this in 1 year for funsies and decide if it's broken or not. It should be permanent if she keeps attacking the same target, which she probably would, because I'm pretty sure the taunt would affect her targeting too. I was gonna say, yeah, like, that would end up being permanent, wouldn't it? In most cases. Zelda's in the game, there's no such thing as too broken. Fair enough. For 6-star it works? Alright. So what are we calling these then? Now that I have my talents and skills all messed up together here. Let me see if I can at least just try to clean this up. So all the wording isn't in the wrong place here. Shadow Equinox, Broden's fact one of his sons is named Equinox. I love that. That's great. Okay. And we'll grab... See if I can do this correctly. Making it a little easier to see here. Try to have this here. Okay. At least easier to read in terms of the, in terms of what's happening, what's going on. With, the order of everything. I want to see the wheel. We'll get to the wheel in just a sec. We gotta name the skills. Alright. We'll do Shadow Equinox for skill 2. Since there's like a, since this has like taunt, how about something that's like festival guests? Diamond connection? Alright. I don't know if I didn't know if the talents also had names, but why not? Oh, what's sorry, Mambo? Goodness. I admire the courage in not only designing the outfit, but the mechanics. It's certainly daunting. It is, considering that I don't know much, and I'm just sort of relying on stargazers for the info. But I learn a lot from it too, as well. And I think it's a good way to get everybody involved and have more fun with it. It's something guests, like greeting guests or something. I'm just gonna call it party guests until I hear otherwise. Because I like the idea of the guests basically being the taunt. Oh, no, yeah, no, I didn't mean to forget the fireworks, hang on. Nah, you're right, I wanted to add that really quickly, even if it just ends up being, like, in the background really fast. Obviously I can do better than this when I'm not rushing it, but, you know, just the general idea here. And then we'll... These more... Something like that real fast. Add a few different colors and variations. There we go. Firework invitation. Oh, that's good. Orange Kiwi, you are really good at the names, I have to say. You're very good at the names. Gosh. I don't know, those are both good. Why don't we use one for a skill and one for a talent, and then we'll jump into the next thing. I think this is good for skill 1. And then the second one is probably good for the... Yeah, this is like invitation to attack, essentially. I like these. I like these a lot. The 8 years of being Junie helps. Noot. Hello, Pingu. Welcome in, welcome in. It was probably not intentional. There's something quite unsettling about the happy-go-lucky smile when brandishing a lethal weapon. It's standard. It's standard. I don't know. I feel like that's the least strange thing I've seen. Alright. We'll do one more on the wheel. How's that sound? It's a non-lethal lethal weapon. Goodness. Alright. Boom! Raise the banners high! Spin that wheel! Oh my god! Vessa, did you rig these? Did you rig this? Oh goodness. Yes. Okay, alright. I wanted gold ship. I'm actually surprised that we didn't get gold ship. Alright. And what do we have to deal with here? Oh dear. Supporter. Okay. Huh. Does that work, or is that kind of opposite? I'm trying to think, would that work? Yeah, it does feel opposite, doesn't it? It does sort of feel opposite. That's the challenge. It is the challenge, yeah. Alright, I need to look up a little bit. I don't know enough about Oguri Cap, but I know that she's like the main... She's the MC of her own anime. I feel like this is definitely going to be a challenge. Stadium food person who walks around selling people food to buff them. That sounds like a merchant. Hang on a sec. I love how I type in Oguri Cap and it autocorrects to Oguri Cap build strategy. Vlog, hello, hello, hello. I don't know any of the side classes. I don't either, especially not for supporter. That seems the most... Alright. I'm trying to see if I can get, like, a quick personality description here. Dominated the racing scene, enrolled in Tracing Academy. Tries to make her hometown proud. Clumsy side always comes out. At the academy, she's known as a fearsome gourmand, able to empty an entire pot of rice in the blink of an eye. Okay. So, the food thing, right? The food thing. She developed a love for running. She never thought that she would have been able to walk again. Okay. So, overcoming hardship. Eats a lot of food. Yeah, we do have a whole table of subclasses. You're right, you're right. You must have side jobs as idle, so maybe a bard? Maybe. Let me look at the subclass list again here, because I haven't seen it in a very long time. Resources thread. I'm so glad we have these. So there's, okay. Artificer, so there's bard. I don't know what artificer is. Okay, so that's support, that's... Summoner, she summons vending machines. This is definitely a, this is, why is this the hardest one? Artificer has deployables that buff your operators? Vending machine or rice cooker? That's just... That just sounds like you now. Maybe? I don't... Maybe Haxer? She didn't think... She was born with weak legs, she didn't think she'd be able to walk, and then she was able to run, so, like, maybe doing the opposite? Maybe... I'm tempted to say, D-Cell Binder? Because it's kind of like what she had to go through. And then if she was doing that to the enemy? Whatever you do, don't look up Bard Operator. I'm not. I'm just using the Discord resource. D-Cell Binder stuffs so much food down enemy skeletons they can hardly move. Oh my gosh. Artificer that use plates full of croquettes, like in the anime. She looks like a Gundam? What? Xers are the most DPS subclass. I'm just thinking of, like, she didn't think she'd be able to run, so I feel like, Diesel Binder could kind of be, like, the 180 of that against enemies. Abjura for the win. Attack off skill, heal on skill? That's skill-based. Interesting. I don't even know what this would entail. Especially, I don't even know what you would do for the... I didn't think I could run now and make sure other people can't. That's like, okay, so if I look at her wiki, right? It says that, As a child, she had very weak legs and was barely able to stand or walk. Her mother massaged her legs daily to help strengthen her muscle. Because of this, Ogre Cap gained the ability to walk and developed a love for running. Ogre Cap views her exceptional racing talent as a miracle. She never thought she would even be able to walk. So I feel like D-Cell Binder could actually be like a very interesting twist on that idea. I don't know. Because it's almost like she had to deal with something really hard, and it's kind of like back at the enemy. She dances a traditional Japanese dance in the anime, and the audience cringes if that's what you want. Because, like, her whole thing is she didn't think she'd be able to run, so I feel like a D-Cell Binder actually could work pretty well for this. Which one is the healer supporter class? The Abjurer? Healing on skill, attack off. That could also work in terms of, like, the connection with her mom helping her. I think either of those could work pretty well. Because, like, I think both of them could work well in terms of, like, her actual story. Because Abjurer could be a reference to, like, her mom healing her legs, and then D-Cell Binder could be, like, the opposite of what happened to her. I always got the feeling Ritualist or the upgraded version of D-Cell Binder. Ritualist... there's no description here, it just says skip. This was made by a member of the community, and Ritualist just says, skip because it has to do with elemental damage, and I think at that point in the story I didn't know what that was. Or not in the story, but in my own experience. I feel like you could go with the D-Cell Binder if you want. I feel like it's a good, like, 180 of her life, of her story, right? Like, she ends up finding a love for running. She didn't think she could run, and then she can sort of slow down her enemies. Because that's sort of the space that she felt she was in at one point. I think applying fear fits her best? I forget how that works. Alright, I feel like it could work, like, thematically. You frame it like she goes so fast that the enemies seem slow. Her ult cutscene has her in the snow, maybe something with that? Would that be like... Would that be like a causing freeze effect type of thing? Kind of like Mastema in a sense? Oh wait, I don't know how Mastema works. Could you have... This one's really hard. 5-star Cold Hexer? I'm just grabbing her reference really quick. What is her main design? Okay. She's the worst Uma to be a supporter. Supporter's the worst class for that Uma. I know, it's like, the wheel did a thing! The wheel did a thing! Her anime is Cinderella Grey. Snow makes sense. The red, white, and blue color scheme make her look like protagonist Gundam. In the anime, she intimidates her rivals with a presence like a dark mist staring right behind them. Something with that. As in trying to make a gray cap and aka supporter. Hello, Akujin. Welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, okay, let me show you the previous ones we've done so that you kind of get an idea of, like, what we're doing, because it's gonna be really confusing otherwise. Alright, let me remove the wheel here. This is the one that we just finished. We just did, one for Kita-san Black. We've done Instructor Guard, Kita-san Black, and Marksman Sniper Bakushin. Yes, exactly. We had a wheel determine what we were doing with it. Does Abjura fit Pace Chaser? Maybe? Maybe. So I was like, I'm trying to look up, like, her wiki, I'm trying to figure out her lore, I'm trying to understand, like, her personality. So we had, yeah. We have Instructor Guard Kita-san, and then, we have, Marksman for, Bakushin. It's a very interesting project for sure. It's showing us a lot of, it's fun. It's fun. This last one just happens to be extremely difficult. Aguri is also gluttony incarnate. True. Aguri could be a nervous impairment ritualist, with fear procs on most of the skill. I could, okay. I don't know a lot about Ritualist. I haven't really touched that. So, Tap to the idle side, make her bard. I feel like that could work for any of them though, right? Yeah, I don't understand Ritualist as much. I forget which one I used in the tutorial. I remember there was one tutorial that was trying to explain the fear mechanic. And I don't remember. I think that was for Hexer. Yeah, the tutorial was with, Vlarkven, so I don't really remember how that worked. I think it was, like, the last tutorial, or second to last. Which should be interesting, they vary wildly. Oh, lovely! Alright. Well, let me at least try to get her design down, right? Basically, they deal a lot of elemental damage. Wait, for Ritualist or Hexer? Because I don't remember what, Vlarkven counts as. I don't remember what her... I don't remember what her piece is. Alright, let me just try to have, like, sort of intimidation stance for now, until I can figure out what we're doing. She's Ritualist? Okay. So maybe that could work? For the pose, I think her ultimate pose makes sense. What is her ultimate pose? What is her ult pose? I don't know. This is a fun stream idea, but I'm also, like, finding that I don't know enough things for this. That's the only issue. Rituals deal elemental damage. Elemental damage is special as it bypasses both defense and resistance. Oh, okay. So I'm not really sure what you mean by alt pose, because I don't know what to look up for that. Just the running? Is that what you're referring to? The running pose? I need to still be able to show off the design and everything. Standing straight, fist on her side of her body, arms tucked in. Why don't I see that anywhere? I can't find that pose in particular anywhere. Oh, I just see something that looks nervous, but I don't think that's right. Saga kept nagging me back in the day, use skeletons. I didn't like how they made the drawings look. Nowadays, I'm behind using skeletons. I think I can draw without them. You need some sort of, like, mannequin type thing. How are you drawing without them? Like, you need some sort of base to work on. You need some sort of basic blocks here, right? Ritualists usually have some sort of staff, don't they? Wait, I want to make sure this doesn't look too close to Kita-san with the same pose. Hang on. We might need to switch it a little bit. A Grey Cap is a ritualist where she eats the enemy's movement and attack speed to make her own while giving some sort of elemental injury. Would be pretty cool. I don't know what elemental injury that would be. I don't care what op class we roll on Gold Ship. I need to see them in Scarlet ceremonial cavalry uniform with a cavalry saber. The OG outfit basically already looks the part. I don't know what any of this is! You guys, please. Skeletons are used to avoid humans from turning to slimes. Use them in anatomy class to teach children about the name of each bone. They might break if they fall in a bad way into a hard surface so that they don't do it. Fair enough. No, Orange Kiwi, you're good, you're good. It's okay. I don't really know how to use skeletons either, because, like, I'm using them now, but I'm not using them at the correct proportion that they should be. Like, I haven't figured out how to do proportion, like, entirely, whatchamacallit. I don't have my proportions entirely down pat without thinking. And a lot of people can just do this without thinking. They can just sort of jump right into it, and I'm not at the point where I can do that, so don't worry about it. Just freehand everything and pray? Oh, jeez. Nervous apparent or burn damage? Since burn damage could be burning them like wearing them out, burn damage is more fire related. Is there one for ice or no? Because someone earlier was saying snow. Or like cold, right? Nervous and cold? This really is like the worst class to have to land on for her. Cold is a separate status, not elemental. Same thing that I get confused with Reed, probably. Cold's a debuff. Okay. I'm trying here. Not that it would stop her from dealing cold and nervous impairment at the same time. It could happen. Could it? Or is that too much at once? Or is that, like, maybe different in skills, perhaps? Alright, now I need to grab your main outfit again here. Making a pose for this is breaking my brain. I'm trying here. Biggest problem to this day are feet, ankles. They always look awkward when you draw. I've seen some pretty good, helpful tutorials with feet, but yeah, I get what you're saying. More dynamic poses, you can almost always tell if the artist didn't bother with a skeleton. It's usually not a good thing. Yeah. It's hard to just go off the cuff with this stuff, right? I think if her cold is unable to freeze, nervous impairment doesn't stack. If the cold is unable to freeze, the nervous impairment doesn't stack while the enemy's frozen would be a good idea with that. But I think almost all cold units freeze. What if it's like on skill 1 or skill, yeah, skill 1, skill 2? Would she be 6 or 5? 6 star or 5 star? Some mechsters have a module that deals cold for some reason. Having both cold and elemental damage in the same kit could be fine. Interesting. As long as the emotion is conveyed, you can break bones and make it look alright. Yeah, I think the thing is with using a skeleton is that, like, you can't, the thing with using a skeleton is that, you can't make your art more stiff with it, I think is the problem. Alright, she normally has on a jacket, so I guess we're going with, like, a giant robe, I suppose. I can't think of how else we would do it. It's just sort of a longer version of her jacket, more or less, so. And one of the wooden figures you can use to visualize poses. Those wooden figures are actually really hard to use, and in some cases actually make it harder. The type I would recommend is like those anime figures, which seems really weird, but they're actually a lot better than the wooden ones. You do talisman instead of a staff, since she's from the countryside? Yeah, no, the wooden mannequins aren't very good. Xena's nervous impairment gives the enemy 3 stacks of paralysis. Seems darkly fitting. Goodness. I kind of want her to have, like, you know, that kind of looking down on you pose. You know what? She has, like, a giant star here, so maybe I'll... But a talisman? Actually, I feel like that might fit her better. So, okay, when you say talisman, is that just, like, an object that you hold? Kind of like, Astasia with the globe type of thing? Is that what you mean by talisman? Because maybe that would help. Maybe it would be like a... Like, the star shape that she has on her front outfit. And then she has, like, on her bandana as well. So something like... Paper talisman? Paper talisman. Do you mean like the warding type talismans? Like these things? I'm getting so confused. I was wondering what the pose and staff reminded me of, but with the lawn robes, I see Suzerain's Dune skin in there. Oh my gosh. How would you... How would you pose with that? I kind of did not make a pose that fits that, did I? I don't know. If I do this, though, I could also have, like, the, I could try to, like, mimic that thing on her cap. Her sort of, like, iconic design here. What is this? 5? Could have something like this, maybe? Since that's sort of the design she's known for having. Like, sort of the one standout aspect of her design is this thing, right? So that could be interesting. And then, what if we had it, like, this could have, like... These could actually kind of be, like, talisman-like. Like, these little paper banners, maybe? Something like this, perhaps? And then this kind of has, like, a bit of a fan vibe. I'm not really sure. But this at least, like, calls back to her headband. Which, you know, I feel like if you were to make, like, a chibi version of her, that headband is kind of what indicates who she is, right? Her visually. So maybe something to this effect? We make it something she's holding as well, but... The fan vibe kind of fits due to the certain dance she does? Okay. I'll take that as something to go with then. I'm taking your word for it. Some sort of, like, fan... Actually, What if she was doing it with just a regular fan? What if she was actually just doing it with a regular fan? What if we just made it, like... I don't want to keep doing dual wielding on everyone, but... What if she sort of had, like, a ritualistic... That was unintentional, I swear. Some sort of fan here. And I know it's, like, not a good pose for it yet, but... Her have her arms folded. Fan in one hand, staff on her back? Wait, why would there be a staff now? She can combine them for one of the skills? Is there any... This is a general question I have. Is there any operator who, like, has a specific class but changes the weapon mid-skill? Or do they just, add to the weapon like Blaze does? Trying to think here. Kyobi? What does Kyobi do? Also, if I'm butchering the if I'm mispronouncing that, let me know. I've been told it's pronounced with a K. Wait, what if I did this? What if we had something like this? Alright, maybe we solved it. Maybe we solved it. She has a ton of weapons on her back and just changes which one she throws. She has 100 weapons, each skill she uses is a different kind of them. That's insane. Okay, was there any that aren't, like, you know, a million different types? Because that basically just seems like 10-10 from Naruto at that point. Other hand should make a fist? Yeah, that's fair. Kind of losing how that would look from behind, from this angle. But yeah, staff to sword type of thing. Like, if there's anyone who's, like, fully switching. Because I know Blaze just sort of adds to her chainsaw, but I didn't know if there's any that do, like, a full-on swap type of deal. I'm sorry, I can't unsee Suzerain. They're a lot taller than Suzerain. Like an upturned fist? I was thinking it would just be like a fist to the side, right? I mean, that's a terrible fist. It looks like a Saturday morning cartoon, but like... can do that too. Kobe's altar is gonna have 100 million weapons at this rate. I liked it when the fan was just floating above her other hand. I don't see how you would have like a floating fan necessarily though, but I kind of have the idea that it's like, you know, kind of working with the fan in a way here. Caster logic. Angelina has a different animation depending on what skill's equipped, but they always use the same staff. Okay. I think you pronounced the name correctly, but yeah, Kaylee just kind of throws random weapons she has with her, picks them based on her skill, which goes back to her skill names being silly sounding. Oh, I get it now, I get it now. A lot of arts users have floating things. No, I mean, I believe that they have floating things, because I had the thing before that was kind of floating. It's just that a fan is something that you would normally hold. Wolf heads at least makes sense, because then you're sort of working with, like, spirity things. Yeah, no, I mentioned Astasia before. I said, like, Astasia holding the globe. I don't know. I don't know. Something here. We're working with a really hard combination. I need to get back to the actual design aspect, though. Which, ironically, is, like, a little bit more modern than the previous ones we've been working with. Alright. And she has this piece in her ear that could actually work perfectly with, like, this actually works perfectly with communications-based things again. So we can just work with that. I kind of did not picture this character to have, an ahoge, but alright then. That works. Let's see here. We've got the big, long hair in the back here. Now I do need to reference Matoi Maru. Something like... Scotty uses an orca plushie as a weapon if that helps. Isn't that a specific skin? Isn't that like a summertime thing? I was gonna say, that's not like the main weapon most of the time. She would work really well with lawn leather pants, like a boys' school uniform, but white. Yeah, that could work, because since we have the large, well, she does have these, like, larger snow boot type things, so... Let's see here. Ooh, no, I could see that, because she has the big cape and everything. Wait. Is it other way? How does clothing work? I love Hoges. I accidentally gave Roma one when drawing her today. favorite is Yoshi's from Nagatoro. It gets bigger each chapter, true character evolution. Goodness. I feel like if you know an Oenden fit, she'd fit that well in that pose. I don't know what that is, no. It's summer skin, but also canon. Oh my gosh. Andriana switches weapon between a gun and a crossbow depending on the observer. Wait, how does that work? Oenden? I am not finding a good thing for this. Macho cheerleaders? That's what it says. Japanese macho cheerleaders. Okay. Would we get rid of the coat here? Like, what are we doing exactly with this design? I feel like we need the coat. Maybe I don't need to make the coat as long, though. Just a little bit longer than it is currently. I think a longer coat is, like, slightly more caster-based, maybe. So maybe it doesn't need to be as long. Does it look if it's a little bit shorter? That's fine. Keep the coat. What if it was just... I guess that makes it... Maybe halfway. Halfway this. Make it just a little bit shorter. It doesn't need to be, like, huge. Still's, like, fur-cuffed boots here. That's fine. We can keep that. The inner side is a boy uniform. She does have, like, she has a bright blue skirt, though, and it's kind of causing a lot of, color contrast, so I'm trying to think of how I could still utilize that. Maybe if there's, like, maybe the blue could be the boy's uniform? Would that work? The boy's uniform is in blue with trim. This could be interesting. I'm just throwing ideas here, too scared to be directing. No worries, no worries. I think Silver Ash is one that kind of swaps between weapons with S1. He uses his eagle as a weapon and then goes back to whatever he uses for default. Oh, okay. That's a good point. Does Jessica Alter also change weapons? I thought her main thing was the shield? Horn changes weapons for hitting ranged and melee. Wait, what is Horn's, what is Horn's class? Defender? What would you be using wait, what? Why would you be changing weapons in a defender class? I'm a little bit confused by that one. Defender with ranged AoE? A launcher built into the shield? What? I don't know what these... I'm so confused. Fortress defend? No, I don't know what this is. Why don't, instead of like having a belt where the, where a guy's belt would be, we'll have it a little higher on hers. And we'll have it as like... I kind of feel like she needs her skirt here, but I don't know. It's a 5-star and up subclass. You most likely haven't seen it. No, I definitely haven't. Fortress defenders are weird. They're defenders with cannons that you don't really use as blockers. Interesting. Not to alarm anyone, I may have dropped several dozen reference images for cavalry uniforms. Why? I'm not gonna be using cavalry uniforms anytime soon. Alright, what would work for the... There needs to be like a big red piece here, and I'm trying to think of what makes sense. This design, like, isn't there yet, and I'm trying to figure out what it needs. I think it needs a lot, but I don't know what yet. We'll have, like, basic thick snow boots with buckles, maybe. Although I don't really know how she's running in these, but her regular design has big, thick snow boots, kind of. Like an outer skirt? I have this part here. It's themed on the lines of female, Bosozoku gang bikers. I don't know if it makes sense for the character. I don't know. Just as long as we use it for gold chip. Guys, I don't... I don't have time. If you want me to, like, make some super detailed, complex, specific thing, then that can be a commission. But I'm not doing anything super specific, detailed, complex on a stream here. I'm just casually doing this, right? I'm just having fun here. I'm just trying to come up with something, like, I don't know, if you throw me like 20 references for a silly stream doodle, I'm probably not gonna look at them. I'm just throwing together what looks silly and decent. That many references just starts getting into commission territory, that's all. Let's see, I made her hair a little bit too far away here. would not go as far as you have for a silly doodle. Vessa knows that I don't really know how to stop myself when it comes to silly doodle, so I still see it as rough, but I don't know. I stop at chicken scratches. Let's see here. Maybe give her like a larger collar. Maybe the coat could have like a fur to match the boots a little bit. And kind of go back to that sort of cold feeling. I'm trying to not tap into anything close to chapter 6, but you know. I'm just trying to think in terms of her own design. In Uma terms, Star has high stamina and guts, but low wit and speed? Wow. Okay. Ouch. Which references are commission territory? I was gone for a sec. Oh, no, it's fine. I was just saying that, like, if you're throwing, like, a million references on stream and saying that you want, like, this specific thing from this specific era, then it's like, I don't know what I'm doing with that, and at that point I need to do more research and, like, plan it better. If people are giving, like, really, really, really specific things that, like, need time to look into and understand, but otherwise, if someone's like, oh, this weapon with this name, I'm like, okay, I can do that in a quick Google search, you know? So that's all. And I know that some people are just being helpful, and it's fine, but, like, I don't want to think too much when I'm doing stream stuff, you know? I just want to make it, like, really, really casual. And if I get thrown, like, you know, this thing from this era, then it's too much for me to focus on. That's all I was saying, basically. You have a very reference image heavy workflow, it might be different for you. No, that's the thing, like, no, that's what I'm saying. I also have a very reference image heavy workflow, but it's not, this is live streams are not my standard workflow. Live streams are not my standard workflow. If I'm doing my standard workflow, I am doing that on commission. If I'm doing a stream, I'm just going with what I can find in 10 seconds or less. That's the crux of it, basically. I think I want those streamers to be on this fan so that they can sort of reflect the giant thing that she has, the giant bow she has on her chest normally. I think I want to make this like a... allude to it a little bit. Do your pitch black eyes and a mouth shape would look great. I DM'd you some quick references. That's like I was talking about. It will work well with the pose, dark eyes, and mouth. What do you mean? Even if I'm going in DM, I'm only going to do it if it's, again, like, if I can do it really quickly. Oh. Oh my gosh. I mean, that kind of breaks the... Alright. Isn't that more comedic than anything, though? Like, this doesn't really feel like it matches all the others that we've been working on. This feels like it's more like the comedic face. I don't know if I can make this work. This is the... This is just the comedy face. That kind of breaks all the others that we've been working on, don't you think? I don't think it matches the others. I don't think it works. I'm sorry. I don't feel like it... I don't want to mix different things together, you know? Because all the others didn't use comedic faces, so, like, if she was in an anime, like, you sent here anime screenshots, that's fine, but, like, it doesn't really make sense with this particular thing, because these are specifically not her regular eyes. This is in comedic moments. And these eyes are very crooked. Okay, it's a little bit better. I can't really figure out how. This is hard enough just doing a class that doesn't fit her at all. I'm still trying to figure out how to make the outfit work better. The wheel has spoketh. The wheel is my enemy today. The wheel's making my life harder. The wheel is definitely making my life harder here. Alright. I'll still stick with the... Just needs a fur boa? I mean, I gave her fur in the back of the coat. Kinda make her look a little bit more intimidating. Not so much a fur boa, but still fur trimmed. I feel like I still need the... I still feel like I need the, front piece here. I just don't know how to use it best. I'm just gonna go with what it is, because it's recognizable enough. Am I forgetting anything else? Still feel like the design is a little bit weak. That doesn't work. That... Yeah, it has to go from this direction, I think. Maybe it's a little bit long, but... Patterning? I'm trying to think of what... There is no patterning in her design. So I don't really know what it would be. And there'd probably just be a regular, like, tail hole for the coat, I suppose. Like the star-shaped headband? Inside of the coat. I feel like that would be a little bit hard to... Like, maybe diamond patterned, perhaps? I feel like if I'm not careful, this can sort of look a little bit circusy if you're not watching it carefully. But I also sometimes see this working. That could work. Maybe if that part is, like, very subtle? If it's very subtle... If it's Ogre, I suggest heavy armor on the legs as reference to her history. I could try to have, like... Looks like a couch texture. It's not meant to be a couch texture. It's gonna be, alternating colors. Maybe if this was, like... more like night metal? What if it was, like... I don't really know, I don't really know how night shoes work off the top of my head here. Still love how Gray's depictions either make her look like a menace on the track or a mukbang YouTuber. Now I can add AK off to that? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I can't really think of a way to reference the food thing, but... something like this? Let's see what happens if I just start adding the color in. And then we gotta start thinking about skills and getting this all wrapped up here. Are we going with 5-star for this? I think that's what we said, right? So we don't have to... we don't have to come up with as much. 2 5-stars and a 6-star. There you go. The look has sort of a Zhu Liang feel to it, like posh military strategist with a big fan. Yeah, that's kind of... I don't know the term you used, but the military strategist with big fan was kind of the feeling I was going for. So hopefully that came off in a way. probably have, like, some patterning here. Like, lining. It's an FGO character? Oh, okay, okay, okay. I don't know anything about FGO because Vesta says don't touch FGO. You're detailing this out down to the star rating? I think it's fun to do it that way. Yeah. I'm trying to make this, like, as believable as I reasonably can. I think it makes it fun that way. Plus, if there's people who aren't really interested in the drawing aspect of things, then everyone can get involved, and I think it's a nice way to balance things out, you know? Plus, you guys know so much more about the specs and everything than I do. So it makes it interesting, for sure. Do something like this, and we'll have the pieces here. They're a little bit yellower here. And then what if we, like, made the fan have that blue tone to it? Kind of gives, like, a very subtle, almost starry effect. You're gonna listen to me about not touching FGO, it's for the best. I mean, I still want to check out the anime at some point, but yeah, I don't think I have enough, mental stamina for another gacha game. The headband looks edible? Why does it look I swear. If you're referencing what I think you're referencing. What is wrong with you guys? I cannot understand you. The sudden stop was a great clip. No! How dare. We'll do something like, maybe this, I'll have to see if this is too, no, it should be okay. See, I don't want to make it, like, super apparent. I don't want it to look like a couch, but maybe just something like this. If I did it in bright yellow, that would be so distracting. So we're not gonna do it that way. But something like this could work pretty well, I think. What's wrong with us? Start you have an entire day for the list. Vessa will ban you for making lists. That's a joke, by the way. For people who don't understand the list thing, that's a joke. You only get banned if you have a list of all your lists. Now, who would do that? That seems ridiculous. Who would ever... Don't look at me. Yeah, I don't know. No idea. Trello's Vessa's worst enemy. Gosh, I know nothing about Trello. I'll just have that, like, it has to be shaded for that, but, you know. There we go. Something like this, maybe? Alright. Let's wrap this up with our skill sets here. So we're gonna go with 5-star. Artist Resource Channel on Discord is already a list of lists? Shush! Neuro looking weird in the thumbnail. Goodness. Not sure if I'll keep going or take a break. I want to have it finished by noon on her birthday. It's okay if you're a little bit late. I mean, I understand definitely being late with these kind of things. Not familiar with the elemental damage class, nor Oguri Cap enough to help with the kit. Also, I thought you were drawing a different Uma and was worried that the hair would go over badly. What do you mean that the hair would go over badly? I've drawn 3 Umas today. I legit picked up my phone thinking AK turned on the second the music came on. Oh my gosh. Alright. I gotta get these in a folder here. So, let's see, we'll do skill 1, skill 2, and a talent. So, okay, I remember you guys were, so, what do we have here? We have a, so we're dealing with Ritualist. I'm just gonna write this down here, because I'm not gonna remember this one. And she has, I remember she has Fear. If you need names, Starlight Beat seems fitting because it's one of her titles in-game. Isn't her actual, alt has that word in it? Did you draw Gold Ship today? She didn't appear on the wheel. The wheel said no. We have a wheel. The wheel said no. The wheel said we're not doing it today. Talent and Lone Beast. Oguri Cap wins 25 ASPD and 20% attack. No other allied units are in the adjacent 8 tiles. Oh my gosh. That's an interesting one. Lone Beast. 25% ASPD. 20% attack if no other allied units in adjacent 8 tiles. Interesting. You gotta make sure you're here for Cold Ship. Here's a status effect. It needs something for either necrosis, burn, or nervous impairment. Elemental damage. I think we said something about nervous impairment, but I'm not really sure how to deal with it. I remember you guys saying something about nervous impairment, and I think we said something about cold, but I forget how the two connected. Alright, Orange Kiwi Juice, have a great rest of your day. I appreciate it. And yeah, thank you for the help with the titles, by the way. Very, very good with the titles. How are we generating the skills? By the power of stargazers. Will I be posting these after? I could. I kind of want to see if I could do, like, nicely detailed ones, but I can post these for now as they are as well. So, let's see. You gotta choose one of the 3, he said, for the subclass. Nervous impairment seems most fitting indeed. I believe we did discuss the nervous impairment part. But I don't remember what the details were, because that was before we started the drawing. So I don't know how to, like, have the affliction. Coldest status effect, you get twice in a short period of time, you get frozen for several seconds. Okay, so... yeah, I don't know how to balance them. What would be a good way to balance them? Either between, like, skill 1 and 2, or just over... I don't know. My handwriting's pretty? Raul! That's kind of you to say, but I heavily disagree. I very, very heavily disagree on that one. Goodness. I do not find my handwriting to be pretty at all, no. There's nothing pretty about this. I don't have, like, the typical, what is it? Like, you saw, like, some of those girls, they make, like, the entire, like, binder Pinterest boards. Everything is, like, nearly perfect. Little hearts on the eyes, and they probably use graph paper. If there's a way to not make cold turn frozen, nervous impairment can be utilized more without overlapping with freeze. Okay. I think someone said that that doesn't usually happen, though. I agree with Raul, so you're outvoted. This isn't something to vote on! I'm not trying to make nice handwriting. This is like, I'm just trying to make it legible for you guys. I'm not sure how to... Okay, so what would we say with skill? Let's focus on nervous then, because that's... I feel like that is probably the main one, and we just want to drop these in somehow. Declare Starlight's handwriting's pretty, signing it into law. I think a lot of people are going to be very sad with the law. Very disappointed. Alright. Is this democracy or monarchy? I don't know anymore. Subclass is attacks, deal elemental damage, can inflict elemental injury. Elemental injury must be one of the 3 above. Basically, it fills up a gauge, and when full, procs in effect. So if we choose nervous impairment, how does that work? Like, let's forget the frozen part. Let's just forget the frozen part. Let's just say we just focused on nervous. It's a Vesocracy. That's kind of funny, because there's, like, endless Vesas, so it kind of could technically be a thing. Because there's just endless Vesas in the world. Elemental injury is damage and debuff for several seconds. Okay, so, like... what would be... So that would probably be a skill 2 thing, I'm assuming, right? So maybe, like, inflict nervousness for... it's usually, like, 20 seconds for those kind of things? Difference mechanically is the effect it deals when... I don't know what the difference it deals when, procking? I don't know what the real word for that is. I don't know what you're, simplifying it as. I don't know what nervous impairment does exactly. Huh. Nervous impairment is not yet on global? What was the thing that... Okay, I'm so confused now. Does each vessel get their own vote? Because that would be bad for everyone else. Aww. Someone I assumed wasn't sure if Thorn's Altar did or not. Well, I don't want to have anything that's not on global. I feel like that is kind of breaking things. And that's probably why this description just says, ignore this for now. Thorn's Altar does? Okay. So why don't we just, like, throw out some ideas like we had previously for skill 1 and 2, and then we'll just call it. Because I think this goes, like, way beyond my understanding. Attack increases 80%, deals 60 of damage as nervous impairment. Enemies under Elemental Burst are also dealt with fear or cold status for 5 seconds, lasts 20 seconds. Okay. I can take that as is. Is that a skill 1 or 2 thing? It almost feels like it would be 2, but... Elemental buildup based on attack. Oh, man. The problem with having the open wheel to doing anything is that it goes beyond what I understand. It feels like an S2 type of deal. Elemental damage is hard to explain, to be honest. Oh boy. I thought this would be fun. It is, I'm just getting confused very quickly, that's all. So... Alright, ritualists always deal elemental buildup based on attack. That's... huh. I don't know enough to know how this goes. I'm just gonna try to think of, like... I only know visuals. This one can be increased attack and elemental damage to targets with fear and cold status ailments. Okay, so like... if they have those... increased attack and elemental damage to targets with fear and cold status ailments. It can only be one, right? Or do you mean, like, deals elemental damage if the target already has that? Deals 200% attack as nervous impairment. Apply 4 seconds fear, cold to target. Can hold 2 charge manual. Okay. I'll go with it. It seems like on the simpler side compared to the previous one, so I'll go with it. So... 200% attack as nervous impairment. Is it bad that... hang on a sec. Is it bad that we're doing things that aren't on global? Like, is that considered, like... No, you said Thorn's Altar has it. Okay, you said Thorn's Altar has it. You can make it Necrosis? Thorn's Altar does, in fact, not have it. Okay. Why don't we just do that, then? Because I feel a little bit strange doing stuff that's outside global. I think I've kind of learned that that is not the best idea. So, okay, why don't we just have Necrosis for argument's sake, then? Does that make it easier for other people to deal with as well? Necrosis is better than Burn anyway, so yeah, that's fine. Okay. So, okay. Why don't we just do, why don't we do Necrosis then? Because I think that that just makes more sense. Especially for, like, where we're at here, right? And I don't know if these numbers make sense now, because I don't know anything about Necrosis. The numbers are fine? Okay. As Necrosis damage. This is like similar to Velarkvin, right? If I remember correctly. So we'll keep it as it is then. 4 seconds of fear. Or I guess I don't know if we should do cold. I don't know. SP 15. Can hold 2 charges. And then we'll try for a skill 2 here. Is basically Velarkvin? Okay. Someday I'm gonna have to jump into IS. Someday. Not today. We can do attack as okay. Elemental impairment, okay. Yeah, I'm trying to break down what you said for skill 2. Your roster is starting to get to the point of trying it out on easy. Oh my, oh, jeez. Has nothing to do with IS? Wait, what do you mean? No, I mentioned, IS because I believe Velarkvin is, welfare. You could cheat and level up with Prime to unlock. No, I don't want to cheat. I don't want to cheat. All right, so skill 2, enemies in range, slowed, plus enfeeble. Someone earlier said, like, oh, you know, in a year you'll look back on this and you'll understand it better and see if you made it to OP or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, hopefully I'll understand this at some point. Because I stopped understanding it after the second go-through. So I'm just writing down what Sekko has here. Enemies... leaving range, inflicted with 5-second fear. (250% attack as arts. And 110%. I don't know what elemental impairment is. Just put it necrosis damage? Okay. Or wait. Am I doing the right? Wait, what was I writing before? Oh, okay. You have the operators need to at least make it to floor 4 or 5 on most IS. Just really matter learning the game mode and stages some. Oh boy. In Necrosis, Enfeeble attack debuff is automatically applied if enemies are bursted in elemental injury. I guess it's a nice effect to have on everyone, even non-bursted enemies. Wait, I don't... This goes far beyond what I understand now. Player level 50 is around the time where I'd feel comfortable with my units going into IS. Well, I just hit that, so... I just hit that. But I also only have one E2, so... Enemies have Enfeeble in range. When they leave, it bursts for extra. Oh, okay, okay. Someone asked if I was gonna post this online, and now I kind of don't want to, because everyone's gonna be like, oh, this doesn't work, or that's weird, or blah blah blah, and I'm gonna be like, sure, go ahead, I have no idea what you're saying anymore. But that's okay. Let's grab a name here. You can borrow ops, and in fact it's incentivized with some monthly missions. Dang. IS can be useful. You get leveled operators for the run. You can try them out. Huh. Alright. Let's see. I think this one... So I'm thinking about, like, again, going back with that 180 type of deal. And then... Skill 1? Something I wanted. I want to have the word resilience in there. I'm trying to think. My first win in IS, I also only had just one E2. That was Amia, which is pretty good. I imagine that makes a bit of a difference. Let's see. Just... So 2 is about they're scared near her and can't, leave her back or outrun her. So, I was thinking that hers was sort of like... I was thinking that this was sort of like a 180 on, like, if it was broken, then it would be the enemy's situation, but unbroken for hers. I don't know. Maybe I'm not figuring out the names correctly here. Because if it was like Broken Dreams, it would basically be like her own nightmare, and then it's sort of like against the enemy, if that makes sense. Broken Shins. Because I don't want, like, her whole thing is, like, basically her life has, like, she considers her situation to be a miracle. I just want to clarify unrelated to the name. Oh, okay. See, I feel like this is sort of like, her miracle, the enemy's downfall. That's kind of where my mind is going with this name. Like, her miracle, but the opposite for the enemy. And then this is 200 attacks, necrosis damage, pi 4 seconds fear. So she lives in the country, and it's a very cold climate, right? I stand you fall. Exactly, exactly. Let's see. Maybe it could be like a one is positive and the first one is negative. So like skill 2 makes sense for it to be a positive thing. Skill 1 could sound negative. So there's sort of like a little bit of an evolution with the skill 1 and skill 2. Trying to think of a good title for that. Unbroken by process of elimination. This one might be offensive recovery? I'm trying to think of, like, I want to have the word resistance in there. I'm thinking, like, maybe tundra resistance or something. I don't know. I don't know. How does this... How does that seem? Or how does that feel, I guess? Oh, the SP, not the name. I'm sorry, I get confused with these things. Alright. I think this is, like, probably as best as we are going to get for today. What do you think? I think this is probably as far as I'm able to go. Because I'm getting more and more confused here. Rural resistance? More alliterative. Yeah, that's true. I could take, yeah. Rural resistance. That's fine, that works. Defiant glare. So we've got Rural Resistance, Unbroken Dreams, and Lone Beast. I feel like those could fit. I feel like those could be fitting. I don't know how how broken or not things are, but I think it works well enough. I clearly have way more to learn still. I sort of thought that I would be in like a little bit of a better understanding. Until I realized that subclasses are something I very much still don't understand yet. So, we will, we'll figure that out. I love the 25% ASPD on an archetype not meant for dealing attacks. I wrote what someone else said, so... At this point I've realized that I am, way outside my wheelhouse. Wish I was good at naming things in general. Can't think of anything for names. At least there's a lot of us here who are good at naming things. Some people have given some really great names, which is nice. But yeah, don't worry. Yeah, we'll just roll with it. I think that sounds good. It's your badge is the worst subclass of the game in terms of complexity. I didn't know, okay? Everyone was saying things, and I have no way of knowing. And yeah, the wheel kind of made it really, really difficult, for sure. The wheel definitely made it difficult, but hey, we got our most complex main character here. And then, I think this one's my favorite. I honestly think that, that Instructor Bakushin, not Bakushin, Instructor, Kita-san is probably my favorite. And then we have, like, fast redeploy Sniper Bakushin. So I think this has been a very interesting challenge, for sure. I think I've learned a lot. Yeah, I think Instructor Kita-san is definitely the one where we succeeded the most. But yeah, I think we are going to wrap it up here. I'm gonna send you to a friend who I believe is currently playing Uma Musume. If I can grab their, let's see. YouTube, let's see if I can... Oh, what is your... Hang on a sec. He's got 2 accounts now. Please don't autoplay a video. Okay, good. Where's your... I could've... I'm confused. I could've sworn he was live? Am I wrong again? Am I not able to figure these things out? I probably am not. I could've sworn. I think I'm wrong. This is why I don't normally raid, because I don't ever do it correctly. And it drives me crazy. And I don't like the auto whatevers. And they're not even okay. They're not- I could have sworn that they were live. I tried to write a note to myself to remember. Okay, that's fine. I don't have anyone to raid into, I suppose. Who recommended these skills? They don't work with their talent? I don't know. I'm just the artist. Don't shoot the artist. Don't shoot the artist. Do we have anyone here that we can... I don't know anybody here. Seko, thank you very much for shouting at the Discord. I appreciate it. Thank you. Alright, I can't figure out anybody to raid here, so I will leave you there, I suppose. I'm sorry. I could have sworn. I tried checking ahead of time, but I just ended up being wrong, I guess. But regardless, definitely consider subscribing on YouTube, following on Twitch if you haven't yet, joining the Discord. It is a Safe for Work Discord, but there is an Arknights channel, and there is a game chat channel that is essentially Uma Musume. So we'd be very happy to have you. We really, really appreciate it. Our next stream is going to be Saturday, and I believe on Saturday I will be starting Dark Knight's memoir, so we'll see how all of that goes. Alright, with that, I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day, evening, or night, wherever you may be in the world or the many worlds beyond, and I wish you all the best, Stargazers, and thank you so much again.